Hello, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and we're going to be coding some stuff in Godot today, most likely. And this is also meant to be on the low-stress day side of things, so it is possible that it's going to be a bit of a boondoggle in which I don't really get anything done. We shall see. I am also doing slightly different coffee today than usual, in that I am going to try to make coffee that doesn't have cream and sweetener in it. Maybe you can see what I've got here if I'm careful with it. Yeah, so it's a little more black than usual. But mainly it's about tinkering with this kind of stuff and, of course, answering questions. And you know, something else I should probably do. I'm not sure why I haven't thought of this before. My little stream audio window should sit up here, along with perhaps this folder, which I'm not going to add to Godot, because I do have a little bit of a show and tell available. And the stream audio thing is because I might well step away from the keyboard multiple times today, just along the spirit of it not being a beat myself into the ground and exhaust myself type of day. I do plenty of those, and I don't think I can do one of those today. So it is possible that the work in the Godot engine will end up not being especially useful, and if so, I'll see. So one thing I'm noticing is that I don't have any access to the code for this one in the actual Godot engine. I can move stuff around in it, but I can't do a thing with it in the Godot engine, and that's because I told it to be edited in Writer. And Writer has been like medium useful and medium not, honestly. It's a for-pay thing, so you gotta kind of roll with that. It's by JetBrains. Some of the folks I know, including, say, Bacon Paul, who does Consolidated for me, enjoy JetBrains. I think Sea Lion is what they call it. Writer is not the same thing, but these are just, they're editors, and they're able to do things like try to figure out what you're doing or interpret how you format things like this. Only question becomes whether its ability to format these things ends up being completely screwed up and wrong. And that remains to be seen. But what I do have is this so far. This is where we left off. You can resize this in this one direction, and this does nothing. And I'm able to click on places, and it interprets where I've clicked and is able to put things in the right place. Like if I zoom in even more, it's still pretty much getting the right spot as a whole. Probably there's a little bit of offsetting that I could do to make it do it more accurately. Like I just clicked there, but that's clearly not where I clicked. But if I click on the top half of it, then there we go. And if I click halfway between these, it's going to fill in this one. So there's clearly a tiny little offset that I need to do in there. But I can also zoom it way the heck out, and it's letting me click anywhere I like and draw stuff to that screen. So all of this is for the purpose of making a program that does the job of these. And I haven't even really used these very much. Well, I mean, these I have, these I haven't. For making music with, the last time I did that was, 2023. And it's a struggle because I typically have a bunch of things that people are actively interested in and want to see plugin-wise. There's a continuous flow of people wanting plugins out of me, and I like delivering on those things where I can. So nobody is specifically asking for this program I'm working on today, but all the same, when people are actively asking for something, I like to come through with that thing. But I also like to undergo the challenge of sitting down and having the nerve to make music with the intention of people hearing it at some point. Granted, there's a fair amount of time, probably more time if you counted it all up, where I'll pick up an instrument and technically make music without anybody hearing it. And there's nothing wrong with that. It doesn't necessarily lead to anything or even become anything that I kept. But when it's a matter of making stuff for people to hear on the basis of, hey, this is good, relevant music that I made, that becomes a whole other story. And I'd like to do more of it. I say, although there's also, like for years, I didn't have the nerve to do that. No matter what I did, I felt it wouldn't be good enough, and so I basically bullied myself into refusing to ever make music that anybody else would hear. And that gets old, so I decided not to go that way so much. And where I'm at now is more along the lines of I'm liking doing the things people actually want to see. Even if it's a matter of just a few people showing up for live streams and enjoying the fact of, that's why I call the live streams Time with Chris from Airwindows now, is because there are people out there who get something out of not just being given plugins and things by me, but also checking in and hanging out while I do something. Often that's making plugins. Today, not so much, although there is something that I can actually show. And after that, I might go and make another cup of coffee and settle in for the afternoon. But here's something that I can actually show. This is the work that I've been doing on the next Reverb, because what I'd like to do, is update K-Guitar Hall to K-Guitar Hall 2, which uses all of this stuff I've been developing. So I've been trying to make and evaluate variations on a 6x6 householder matrix with a pre-delay that, unlike K-Beyond, is a 4x4 householder matrix. And here's what I've got so far. There's a couple of different variations. When you see there are two little colors on here, that's because it's largely being sorted according to the primary density of the sound. I'm evaluating all of these, and the color represents a density that I found by subtracting maximum RMS from average RMS. And I found that highlights peak energy in a way that translates to the reverb sounding deeper rather than just sustainy and cloudy and shallow. I will go and make another cup of coffee pretty soon. But before then, I have a show and tell. These are all the variations I've tried on the 6x6 that I chose, combined with 4x4 matrices, and then I went through and built it into an actual plugin and set it up full wet with particular settings. Like I think I have kind of default settings for early reflections and regen. And I'm measuring this the same way that I measure the output of Verb 6s. Namely, I'll subtract maximum RMS from the average RMS, and that became this first line of dots. And then I've also got a new variation that I took up recently. If you're doing this, I recommend this twist on things, which is go and filter the sound and then do the same measurement of average RMS minus maximum RMS on the filtered sound. And what I mean when I say filtered sound, regular sound's kind of like this. Filtered sound on the same thing is like this. That's where the ear is most sensitive, which I thought would relate to using reverbs where you're hearing delicate, subtle little details. So what I'm basically doing here is this top area, and they're kind of rolled together a little bit. If I hit date modified, it's more, well, actually no, it's not more separated out because this is from 2 separate days. One day was the first batch, and then the next day was the second batch. But the markings on the left of these ones that have 2 markings are the average minus max RMS of the overall sound, full range. And then when I've added another marking to it, that is measuring just what it says at the side, Fletcher Munson, meaning that's the filtered one. Again, here is another filtered one. And another, and another. A bunch of filtered down ones where I'm doing the same measuring peak energy relative to RMS, except that it's only at the frequencies that the ear is most sensitive to hear. And that's a batch processing thing, so that's not time consuming for me to run off those variations. It's a little more time consuming for me to measure them because I measure them in Twisted Wave and then run the calculation on a little pocket calculator. That's a little time consuming, but I'll put the time in on these things. And what I've got is the main audio rated by peak energy combined with the second measurement, which is the filtered audio rated by peak energy, meaning I can take all the ones where the main audio, like this and up, you see that is highlighted as red. So average minus max was over, it measured over 9, and all the rest of them did not, meaning that they had more RMS energy relative to peak. But then also overlaid on that is the other measurement, and that has given me a high score. It was not any of the ones I generated today, so you could say that that was a waste of time, me doing that. And it's giving me distinct sounds for all of these, and I will go from bottom to top. These kind of relate to worst to best. And I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to go and make another cup of coffee, and then we're going to settle in tinkering with Godot. But what I'm doing is observing what the overtones sound like, because these will end up sounding more different from each other than just the default algorithm. See, they wind up being a little different. It's 2 reverb algorithms overlaid onto each other. So it makes a different sound. And the part that I'm criticizing, the part that I am listening to in hopes of getting something that sounds good, is this part. That's simply a heavy guitar. So the point of K-Guitar Hall is, and I can probably turn this back down again. The point of K-Guitar Hall is to make an acoustic environment for guitar sounds like that, although it wouldn't be quite as mid-rangey because that's just an amp output and is the test tones that I've been using this entire time. But I'm hoping that I can get bigger guitar sounds with some of the plugins I'm coming out with. It'll be interesting to fool with that. That's part of what I'm doing this Godot program today with, because that supports me like using these guitars to sit down and have a prompt in Soviet Airwindows, cards prompt you, that can give me ideas to start making music with, and then I can sort of follow the instructions of that and direct it how I see fit. Anyhow, sounds get more peak oriented as I go. Like that's a larger one. That looks to be one of the more recent calculations. And these are all not particularly special as far as overlaying the two kinds of measurement to come up with a result that is a high performer on both. It takes me weeks of this kind of stuff to come out with a new plugin. I'm just letting you in on how this all works. This is how I got to K Beyond, except for I didn't have this when I chose the selections for K Beyond. So in theory, this might get me even farther. It's just that the ultimate result I came up with was possibly kind of unusual, but maybe in a kind of awesome way. Again, I continue going towards higher scores of that heavily filtered kind, like this. I'm including this in that measurement. And the one that behaved best, see, very different sound there. So I have choices to make around this. That sounds different from this, and then lastly, here's the high scorer. It's got a funny kind of hollow sound to it. It's sort of mid-rangey. And the idea is maybe this is going to perform better than anything else on the guitar sound. So we can go to one of the really low rating ones. And we've got a guitar sound in full reverb. Those all sound a little bit different. Then we go to this one. And there's a difference in tone here. So these are all pretty different sounding. And my question becomes, rather than simply picking one of these by thinking the tone sounds better, if I go by simply the measurements, this has something special going on to it. And I think it's possible that that has a tone quality that feels more like a distant room of loud things happening in it. And then here's a final piece. Compare that to weirdly, Finder does not seem to be able to do flax well, does it? Well, if I leave it alone, it'll eventually get there. So if this doesn't simply stop, yeah, there we go. Finder is not playing this correctly, but here's what this one sounds like off of another one of the measurements, and then here's what it sounds like with the one that may be the highest performer of the lot. One thing I'm noticing, it doesn't have as much in the way of the heavy extreme lows, and that might be fine. That might be a good thing. In fact, I can open this in Twisted Wave and move where you can see it. So this folder of many different GTR-99- mysterious is all about combining selections from zillions of different reverb algorithms. It's probably maybe in the billions by now of how many it's been through to get to this point. And I have to evaluate whether this is the best choice relative to the other ones for this type of sound. Because if I can evaluate that correctly so that it has the right sound qualities for that type of sound, it can be used in a mix, and it'll fill in space behind the layer of the guitars rather than just making a bunch of reverb at the layer of guitars. What do I have that's a good example of the opposite? Perhaps this. Whereas this is the opposite kind. And it sounds very similar. The question is the reverberation and space in there. Does it feel as if it is far away, or is it coming forward at you and competing with the sound of the actual guitar? And this is what I'm up against with figuring this stuff out. I think that's progress. I think that is a step in the right direction. Remains to be seen. And of course, all of this is for the purpose of, let me see, I can't open a damn thing with this, can I? Let's see if I can go to anything useful for anything I hope to do. Remains to be seen. I'm sure I have sounds in here. Yeah, there we go. So the purpose of this stuff is to be able to bring a reverb in there. And I may have that in here, maybe I don't. I'm going to have to find out. It'll be quite funny if I don't. I don't have K-Beyond in here. That's pathetic. Maybe I have it in VST2 effects. Let's find out. Shows you how little work I've been doing on this. Oh, I do have it in that. So this is the plugin I recently released. So the idea is be able to put the sound in some kind of, maybe it's not able to do the AU because this is a mono channel, no matter. And then the thing I'm trying to replace is also in VST2 effects because it'll do that for me. And KL, it's in a different place, so I drag it over here. And this is the one I'm going to try to replace. That's not the audio I'm using, but we compare that with, say, new one, and that is in fact the audio I was using, old one. And yeah, so I'm going to be able to beat K-Guitar Hall with K-Guitar Hall 2. It's just a question of how far I can push it each step of the way. Nothing is ever quite done. And that's the challenge, is nothing is ever quite done, but I would like to do things. Because the damage there is doing things and never releasing anything because there's something a little bit farther beyond that I need to reach. And that's always the trick, is pursuing the next step along. Again, like I said, I can beat the previous K-Guitar Hall with all of these. But when I put out K Beyond, I didn't have this lens for measurement. Measuring this in order to see what gave me better peak energy, both full range and over a very narrow frequency window, akin to what you can hear most clearly using Fletcher-Munson curves. And that's where we've got. And it is also like literally noon, so this is probably a fine time for me to step over into I probably could, but it will require more weeks of generating reverb impulses and measuring them to do that. But, doesn't seem too unlikely. So what I'm going to do now is go and, I think this is set to, yeah, let me make it so that chat can hear it rather than me. I won't actually hear this, it's fine. And content peak, effect stack. So let me put some music on and go and make another cup of coffee, which I'm making them black now because I just decided to do that today. And then I can come back and jump into what's also showing on screen, says the wild music up top. If I can get something working with that, and it might not even include the graphic stuff I was doing all last time. If I can get something working with that, I might be able to sit down and make music, even with the rough draft of the program. We shall see. In particular, I'm interested in coming up with ways of representing like these music-related cards, key change-related cards, because I've had some ideas as to how that could be represented, and it seems like it would be neat to find out whether that could be represented or not. But let me set you up with some music, and I'm going to wander for a moment, make me a cup of coffee, and I'll be back. was done like even earlier than 2023. And I wouldn't want to do anything like this again, because it is the synthesizer playing all of my stuff for me. And I would prefer to do it a different way now. So let's see. Here we are finishing out that track, whatever it was. Okay, so that is 2 tracks. And back we are, staring at whatever the hell this is. Hey, John Dub. I did not see that, no. And I bet you it was. That is, let's see, Roxy and Elsewhere type period. That's around that literally is 1974, so that would be the apostrophe era. It's just after Overnight Sensation. Just before One Size Fits All, but they might be doing stuff from One Size Fits All in those sessions. Yeah, I missed that one. That seems like a shame, but oh well. So my coffee's too hot, but it'll cool off eventually. So yeah, here I am staring at this thing which looks very uninspiring and no good. And it's on me to figure out how to make all of this work. So there's your problem, and there's the question. I've got certain things set up here. For instance, the stuff I'm drawing, that one thing I could do while fussing with this is see whether I can't make these be different. So now that looks dumb, but I might at least be able to rename it. I don't believe it's being used for anything at the moment. Min value. Let's select all so that I can make that do what I want, and that needs to be 1 to 100. God, excuse me. And layout probably has transform, which probably gives me the size. So I'm going to want a parallel to this. That's 132 by 16. There we are. Mind you, these can be any size I want, of course. So one possibility would be to move this until these can fit in the other side over here. And I might be wanting the offset kind of thing. I am a little confused as to what I'm after with this, but that's normal and not to worry. For now, I will make them the size of the window just because. Not get too caught up in what these mean. And I can run it, it'll still do a thing. There's my initial dots there. this applies to both sides, but I'm going to want to have this go vertical and that go horizontal. So let's see now. We can add dots. I can't scroll it. That looks like it should be a scroll bar, but what I've got currently is not. This is instead a size bar. And all the way down here, it's 1 to 1. And let's see whether I can persuade it to do a separate thing. So when I say separate thing, I need to go and find where that slider is being referenced and divvy it up so that the X and Y stuff is each applying to its own slider. That is my scale option. It's not an offset. That becomes something completely different. And here's where we have part of something. So if I tell that to be zoom W, actually that should be zoom. What am I even talking about, H and V? Why did I say V? Slider H should be slider height. So slider V, actually that should be a W instead. So let's go and change that. I don't know what I was thinking of. And then let's go back here. And now there is actually a W. Represents width. So we got that much going on. And then we need to reference all of these things in all of their relevant places. So X translates to width, Y translates to height. Let's see about making that work. So X divided by equal zoom width. And then we've got this. And there isn't all that much else in here. There's a couple of things here that are just random. It's hard to say what of this I'll even keep. I basically spent all of Thursday making this work even a little tiny bit. If I end up throwing it all away, it will probably be by moving this area off the side of the window and leaving it sitting there. I think it may be scaling itself to the size, well, or not. I think it might be scaling itself to the size of that region, but this is not the size of a region. This is hard-coded. So I'm a little concerned about that. I feel like it should be looking up the size of its own little canvas, because this could be used for other things in future. But yeah, that doesn't continue. What am I looking for and why am I looking for it? I'm looking for this down here. So here's where we draw stuff. And this is as far out as that goes. X is width, so X divided by zoom W. I apparently that's because I need this code copied over here. I think I can probably just do that. Copy that, and then straight up replace this. And now it should be able to do its thing. X zoom W. And I think that, and I'm not going to be flipping Y here. My idea was that the fundamental dots on the screen could be numbered, and they could go from, say, 0 to 127, referencing MIDI notes. This is supposed to be like a MIDI piano roll, except for it won't actually be a piano roll because it's not going to be playing notes. It might never play notes, although I would like to be able to have some kind of note sound, but I'm miles away from being able to do that. Really, really far away from being able to do that. Let's see what I've done with this change. If indeed I can, maybe it's going to have a problem. Oh, maybe I simply can't hit Command B. Oh no, it wanted F5 for that. Well, let's give it a try. Okay. So you can move these, sure enough. I'm getting a lot of errors. And if I make these be bigger, I'm getting a lot of errors and failing to have it work. So yeah, I've just broken the thing. This was supposed to be a chilled out relaxer stream, so if I just break everything I touch, you're going to have to live with it, and so will I. What's it actually complaining about? Can I click on this at all? Thank you. Out of bounds. Bunch of stuff that is out of bounds. Interesting. So all my clicks didn't actually write anything appropriate. Well, slider values seem to be about the same. Yeah, they go from 1 to 100. In theory, this could resize. It will be resizing zooming down from the top corner, so that's kind of a bummer, but here's the part that's having a problem. What if I left out? One thing I suppose I can do is make this be the size of the screen so I can see everything that's here. Before, I don't know. So what the hell is wrong with this? Blitrect. So in theory, that should be the same. If both of these controls are the same. So maybe let's see whether, yeah, because it's giving me problems. Like set pixel ain't working. This still seems fine. I can move that over. That's still being drawn. So if I run this and don't click on anything, oh wait, that didn't do a damn thing, did it? Okay, at least we get to see what problems might reside. I see a speck. That speck is a pixel. Let's see whether we can have that speck. Okay, so far so good. That's cool. Does it do, although that is doing literally the opposite of what I wanted. See? This should be stretching it the other way, so that makes no damn sense whatsoever. Well, if I stretch it out so that it is covering the same area and is largely square, do I still get spots on here when I click? Yes. So far, so good. If I make it be more unsynchronized, like these are doing the opposite of what they're supposed to do. Although maybe that is simply because the names don't correspond to what the job actually is. Debugger is having problems, but all the same, I'm still able to click on things and have it show up roughly where I clicked. Technically, it's like half a frame off, both directions. Like if I scooch up here, it needs a tiny little adjustment to make it so if I click within a range. Oh, and also if I touch the scroll bar, that counts as a click. I don't have anything else as far as clicks are concerned. Also, if I'm off the screen, it fails. So I might be able to do something about that. First thing I'm wondering, however, is looks like I simply have these mislabeled. But I can do something about that. Let's just rename them. That would be slider W. So we'll call it as such, and this would be slider H because it is relating to the height. Probably if I simply rename those, it'll be fine. Here are some spots, and then if I stretch this, there we go. And then every little thing that I do that acts like a mouse click, including touching the scroll wheel, is going to try to fire these off. So then the question becomes, can I make it not have an error? These don't count. Well, can I make the image be automatically the size of what that area is? We're only creating this once. Which node would I want? Piano roll. So what I'll want there is this. And then width and then height. However, I don't see those things. See V and Y, but there's no W available. But maybe if I do that and then relate to that, that might be where I have, I don't know whether it has a texture built into it. Like maybe it does. But this at least is correct. I don't know why there's an underscore version and a regular version. We'll just do that. Then, same thing, but for height. I do not know why there are two versions here. They're both returning int. One of those little icons has something on it. I can't really see what it is or what it means. I guess I'm just supposed to know what that means. Well, since I don't, oh well. but I might be able to define a region somehow. See, what I'm doing is I'm looking for some kind of Godot-oriented version of what I'm attempting to do. And I might or might not find one. But what I'm looking to do is do this when click X or click Y are within display. So well, I guess first things first, let's see whether this broke. Doesn't look like it broke. But then it does look like it broke because I don't see any dots here. Is it simply because I ran it the first time? Maybe I need to save? No, it broke, it died, it's gone. Why? I failed to create display somehow. Presumably because it wasn't able to do now it has many useless suggestions. Oh, maybe it was, no, I didn't need a semicolon there. It was going to be fine. And now it is, okay, so for once, I'm looking it over and it looks like it figured out what I wanted to do. So we're going to let it do that. That's nice. See, this is why I have Writer. It's supposed to be able to do things like this. In fact, it'll probably be able to figure this part out too. Okay, thing about it is much like with any automation or AI or whatever thing, I have to look it over and see whether it's doing a sensible thing or not. That time it guessed right, which yay it, I guess. So this might give me a hint as to what happened and went wrong. It's like I'm not able to refer to that node's width and height. Or the node doesn't have a texture. Let's go here. Well, let's save from there. And let's go here and let's see whether it shows anything in Debugger. Assuming, of course, it lets me click on the thing. Now it will. Froze up for a moment there. Oh, God. Do you see in the bottom here, Debugger is going crazy. Oh, dear. What's your problem? Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Okay, so that's why it wasn't working, presumably. That implies this failed. And that implies this failed, although it's not showing as a failure. So what's going on? Well, what else can you do? Get node piano roll. That presumably has a size of some kind, so let's go over and look at what it says. I'm not going to go by color rect. That might not even be there. So texture, there's your problem. Texture empty. I don't actually need to have a texture rect. It becomes into existence when I draw a display on it, but it will have a transform. So I can probably get at my size there. Let's try that. Get transform is what I'm going to want. Then width is X. Hang on. It's not happy with that. Cannot convert source type Godot vector 2 to int. Well then, is it because it's a float? No. Well, it was showing me what it was. Vector 2 is two separate things. I don't know why it's only showing me the one. But it is. Okay, so there's where we're at. And it, in fact, was float. But yeah, get transform X is still two things, not one. I have to sort of double it up. And it is, in fact, a float. So we're going to run on the basis of that and see whether this gets us any further. And it was smart enough to know what I wanted. I'm just looking it over and making sure. And here is a problem. It needs to be an int, not a float. However, I can do that, not like this, but I'll cast it. We're casting it to the int, and that should give us something that works. Let's find out. Run it and see where we get. I see no signs of life here. That's no bueno. What was it doing? Not set to an instance of an object. So there's a problem. This was working when I had it working. Oh. So this is a texture rect node. Could it be that it's not able to operate when casting it to the texture rect? This is still, no, it doesn't still work with that, does it? Dang it. What's your little problem? All right, can't do that. Can do this. But why? So main process double. That is nowhere I can see. No, wait, yes it is. This is a null reference. Create from image crop display. Here's where we're creating crop display. Have I missed something? Or is it being created? No, this should be able to do this. So if I make this a do nothing and then run it, oh, I should clear the debugger. And so if we do this, nothing happens, but it doesn't give me any errors either. So a problem arose here. We're having trouble doing display texture. But apparently we can do crop display. Get node texture rect texture. There's your problem. This is getting me no forwarder towards the thing I wanted to do, but all the same, I'm kind of stuck on this now. Just gonna have to live with it. So you can't do this. And crop display is being created out of this, but we don't run into a problem until we hit this. And here we're trying to, let's quickly see. Oh dear. And there it is, guessing, but it is guessing wrong. But I can just backspace and fix it. This was the previous number. This should get back to a working state. Let's see if it got back to a working state. I'm going to say that looks like it got back to a working state. It does keep drawing stuff immediately, like I clicked on this, but then it registered that. See, if I do all this, right? What's going to happen when I scroll up here is that there's going to be a block immediately below that because I filled that in by clicking on the scroll bar. It wasn't meant to be a data entry, but it was. And then if I dial this, I will have now clicked on the vertical scroll bar. Oh, but that's why debugger says there are errors, is because it's drawn -1s. Yep, out of bounds. So I do need to do that. Oh, it's making a giant big complaint about. Also, I do not know what nint means. See, it's a void Godot native calls, Godot I call, nint, int, Godot color. What's a nint? I've never heard of a nint. Anyway, I would like to make this so that it can only draw a pixel if that pixel is visible. You shouldn't be trying to plot things with every little click. It should only be trying to plot things when something is available to be plotted. Yuri, maybe. Seems a little weird. I'm not sure why that would be, but okay, so I call CS index out of bounds. that's going to be this. However, display set pixel, which would be this call, does not actually have 4 elements in it, so that can't be it. But this would be what it was. So also only x was out of bounds, so it shouldn't be doing nint int. But whatever. I can't begin to care about that right now. So we were able to do this, but we are not able to do anything else. Do I have a working print statement for printing stuff to the console here? Or so here's our Node 2D. It's a texture rect. It does not have a texture, so I can't refer to that. It also has control, and control contains transform. Maybe I can refer to a different aspect of it. So I can tell it to do this. That part should have a transform. So in theory, that might actually work. If it does, this will run. Except for, as you see, when I click on this, nothing happens because Godot is buggy and is having a problem. But if I click here, this becomes available to click on, and now I can see whether this is working or not. And I have an infinite succession of errors showing up in Debugger. It's going crazy down there. What's it saying? Nint int. All the indices are out of bounds. Also, desize is true. Image height specified 0 pixels. Interesting. So we have a bunch of different problems. Love it. This is the best thing ever. I long for problems like this so that I cannot know what I'm doing. Invalid image is empty. This happens sometimes. A thing goes wrong and then everything else goes wrong. So desize 0 equals true. Image height specified. I do not know why it's not complaining about width specified, but it is complaining about image height specified. So I can track back to some of this stuff. Some of this is not looking for ints, but instead looking for rect2i. Make all that go, please. So yeah, everything broke again. In theory, that should have been able to get the transform size, which is a given size. I can put this back, at which point this will not matter. I don't know why this is being called repeatedly. Should only happen once. We do get to do this, so fair enough. Let's see what it does when told to do this. At this point, it should run, but it's going to fill up, for heaven's sake. See how I can't click on this? See how now I can. So now it runs, and it has printed 1, 1 once. And every time I touch this, it is actually drawing. You click on this, and it's drawing on what would be the screen underneath it if it was stretched that far. And that is because we actually are drawing on a thing this big and just scrolling it to fit. So I've printed 1, 1, and we are still doing out of bounds every time we try to adjust this control. So I'm speculating between trying to fix the out of bounds debugger problems and going after this more, because this is no bueno. X vector 2, Y vector 2. Maybe I have a size? Doesn't look like it. Fair, Yuri, fair. Scale. If I can get the transform, yeah, so this is frustrating. Could it be scaled local I need? Or perhaps okay, so translation. Hey, Christian. Sure. The thing is, I have no idea how to do any of that, so I can only do my level best and see what. Okay, so vector transformed by the basis matrix. To be honest with you, I don't entirely know what it means by basis matrix. Nor do I know what it means by the third column. Translation, however, is moving the entire control from 0, 0. Also, what's this? Okay, that's amusing. Transform matrix elements. Seems like not a good idea. Hey, Frog in a Well. Yeah. Good's pushing it. This was supposed to be a Relaxis stream, but it has turned into this. Well, I'll tell you one thing. That's a mess. And I'll tell you another thing. This is going to allow me to experiment with some of this stuff. So I can at least find out whether scale X gives me anything. There. So now we're going to print that and then immediately override it. Let's see whether this gives me anything useful. I'm just going to run it from there. Oh, it's struggling. Didn't like that. Debugger 9. I can't actually see what I wanted. It's working, but I didn't see what I wanted. And so what I need to do is set this up, probably by just making it even smaller, so I can ignore these errors and look at what's drawn out of GDprint. I don't think stack trace is what I want. Let's try that again. This time I run it from here. What did it say? It says 1, 1. Maybe I can... surely it has a transform. It inherits from node 2D. Both of those inherit from canvas item. I'm wondering whether any of these starts to give me a different behavior. So I'd better save that. And I have to click on this menu to get it so that I can run it. However, in this one, this does let me run using Command B, so let's do that. And now I can't see what it said. And it has not even drawn that, and it has not even created what it needs to create. So that's a big mess. What's your little problem? It didn't create the right thing. So what did I just do to kill everything? It just killed everything for no good reason. Why? All I did was this, and then it's casting it to int, but all of a sudden it screamed and died and didn't work. Past this point, everything broke. It is creating it as an int. It is overriding it with relevant data. This stuff works if it's able to be 1003.92. I'm trying to bring that in from the control, and I simply cannot no matter what I do. But it would be useful if I did, so I guess we're just going to beat our head against the wall until our head dies or the wall dies. That should put it back to working condition. And it has. So telling it to, and we've got a debugger because clicking on that made it go out of bounds. I don't like that, but whatever. We're not there yet. It's like nothing I can, is it because it's entering the scene tree for the first time? Is it being called on itself somehow? I'm trying to get the node piano roll and find out what size it is, because then I can make anything in any size if I get the rest of it right. This is why this is coming first. This is why this is coming first. Is if I can make it work with this, I can duplicate this little pile of code and do whatever I want, and you'll still be able to click on the thing in there and manipulate it. It's possible there are controls that work with this out of the box. We ain't there yet. So we have a couple of set pixels and a complete and total inability to even, well, did it print that? You know what, I'm going to make it print it several times. Also, can you print a node? If we tell you to print this, are you smart enough to do it? And what do you say if you do? Time to find out. And I got to switch over to here. Ah, lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. So what does that even mean? When I told it to print the transform, this is what I get. Thing is, I'm not aware of the transform being 30 by 297 in any way, shape, or form, but maybe that is 30 pixels across and 297 pixels down. That would follow. Let's find out. Transform, size, position, scale, pivot offset. Localization is going to be translating it to other languages. Canvas item visibility. No, 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 and no. Oh, I'm clicking on color rect, not transform. Yep, position. It was position. Property size. And it's bounding rectangle A. So in doing this, I was able to return this X and Y by telling it to displayed the transform. This is moving in the direction of what I could use. So if I tell it to do something else, then what? Let's print that. That's what I'm trying to calculate. Fair point, AJ. AJ knows Godot, clearly. It will be in all manner. That's part of what I'm trying to do here in reading from the actual object and defining things based on that. I would like it to be auto-scaling for things. I just don't know how. And I'm kind of digging way down into the bare metal to do it. Now what does it say? Ah, it says 1, 1. Interesting. That's because this is literally scale. Scale is not the thing I'm looking for. Position should be the thing. Oh, no, size. I don't know if I can get size out of this, though, but it's worth trying. And now I know it's not scale I want. Can I tell it size? No, that's not a thing. But property size, bounding rectangle in the node's coordinate system. See, this is how I'm resizing it in the interface of Godot itself. This is going to give me different numbers the more I move it around. Likewise, position's going to update as I move it around. I got to dig these values out of it so that I can construct a underlying image, because that's going to be different running it in different contexts. Or if I resized the entire window, made it like resizable, there's a lot. So please show me what was there. Property size. Control layout size. Well, so that's a child of layout is what that is. Let's go and look for layout. Nope. I'd rather not use the color rect. It's an entirely separate object. I'd have to resize both of them at the same time. I mean, I hear you. Also, clearly scale is the wrong thing, so that's clear. So, layout, transform, size. So it's a property at transform. No, that's not giving me property. Some of this stuff is returning a transform 2D. Maybe what I'm on isn't actually a transform 2D yet. So I've cast piano roll to control, since I can't cast it to text direct without it dying, because it doesn't have a text direct until one is created, and I'm looking to create it using the size of what the transform is in the Godot interface. Scale is clearly not correct. Translated local maybe is. So we're going to print that now. I am liking the print part of this, because it is at least showing me what kinds of things it has inside its crazy self. Oh, okay, it failed. And translated local vector 2 is 1557. I have no idea what that's supposed to mean. I don't see a 1557 around here anywhere. That seems sad. But it did give me something. Oh goodness, can you keep stacking up translated locals? Yeah, because that's what I'm looking to see is, firstly, getting this to give me values related to the object it's in. And so it's a node 2D, although I'm referring in the create width and create height, I'm referring to get node control, but then I'm ignoring that and hard assigning them. And scale isn't the one I would want anyhow. Like, scale is actually returning me the correct numbers. It looks like I can get a hold of certain things. So that represents translation. Skew is certainly not what I want, nor is rotation. If I tell it to print that, what does it give me? It gave me 1, 0. Those are not the numbers I'm looking for. I'm a little surprised at, maybe it's the fact that I'm referring to control. What if we got this? That shouldn't be any different. Now I think it wants values in there. That's not what I'm looking for at all. This will probably at least print. I stand corrected. It did not print and everything's broken and died. Yay! That always happens. It didn't even create the object. So this is going great. I'm willing to do this until 5 when I have to go and make tacos. I'm just fascinated at the many ways that this screams and dies. The many ways that it will not do what I want. It didn't like Node 2D. So get transform should print something anyhow, unless it's simply not able to use this at all. So back over here, let's see what it does this time. And again, it is printing the scaling factor, although part of the scaling factor is -0, and it is printing the origin point. That is how far down the screen that goes. It does not appear to be able to print what size of transform is. Rect size. Let's see if that's true. Remember, it's an AI, so it might be hallucinating everything. If it stumbled across the right information, that's not necessarily a problem. All I've been looking for is the relevant information. So that did in fact work. Pardon me. This might be going in an interesting direction. That stuff doesn't work, but look at this. Get wrecked. Get wrecked, Godot. That returns a rect 2. We're going to print that, or try. I'm happy about the fact that it returned a get wrecked. Looky there. Looky there. The information was actually there at all. Thank you, Yuri. I just didn't know to look at get wrecked to get there. That has returned the information I wanted. And that probably also means I can look a little further. And it seems to be able to work. Even though it's sort of a null, it has not been assigned to anything. And that's not correct all by itself, but when we then try to extend that one a little farther, that means we're going to get something. So these things are not relevant, but we're looking at probably position, comma, size. because position is 3297 and size is 1392. So let's go for size, and then the child of that is going to be, or the value of that is going to be x. And it guessed what I wanted to do and immediately did it. So now we see whether this actually runs. Probably will. Cool, cool. Nailed it, AJ. Exactly right. Exactly right. And that means this is what we can do to control the overlaps of this. Probably don't need this. Big old either nested or complicated if statement forthcoming here. And I'm just trying to think about how I go about making this relate. Because what it's going to want to do is not accept the set pixel unless it's on the screen. And that means I can read this again, but we're going to rename it. That can go away now. So far, so good for that, I guess. We can only check on this when there's a reason to. It so desperately wants to call it size Y because those are the things. Although I wonder, it'll be complaining about this, but maybe those are actually floats. Could it be? Yeah, no sense changing things around if we don't have to. So some of this stuff would make it able to resize the window on the fly. This would be able to resize on the fly, but we wouldn't actually be able to redefine the underlying thing. Wrong, but whatever. wrong, but whatever. And I can change all of this once it's drawn it all out. And now it's just a matter of reversing all of these things because they've got them all backwards. See, it didn't know what the hell it was doing, but it kind of auto-filled in a bunch of stuff. Oh, hi, why are you indented so far? That's dumb. There you go. Oh, wait, no, that's not even in the right place at all. Hang on. That's all the no bueno. So, over there, this is the one that I'm trying to restrict. So in theory, that's going to work. I could be mistaken about that assumption, but nothing to it but to try it. Cool. And now let us stretch this out here and then squinch it back. And can we register clicks here? And here's one at the edge. Yes, we can. Okay. So it's not supposed to be able to do this. And yet it is. That probably simply means I'm scaling it wrong. Hey, Samed. But what's doing something wrong in the grand scheme of things? And that probably means if we move this to inside here, maybe? Doesn't like those spacings, but whatever. Okay, so now we're cropping it by bound width, and it is stopping the errors that are negative. So it's only able to do it when click X is larger than 0 or click Y is larger than 0. So it is stopping the negative stuff. There I am, just quitting that for no good reason. I'll turn it back on again later. So we can click on stuff. We can make it big larger. We can click over here, and then it didn't draw a thing. Finally, correct behavior. Neat. So I drank a whole bunch of coffee, so I have to take a brief break. I'm going to set you up with some kind of music, perhaps that we haven't heard lots of. Here's a chill one. And play it through stream and go and kind of take a deep breath and rinse out my cup. It's too late for me to make any more coffee, but I have got there through some of the basic things I needed to do. That's kind of neat, if nothing else. I haven't gotten any farther towards what I really badly wanted to do, and that's also normal enough, I suppose. Be right back. So how far did that get? Oh, we got all the way through to the first track. Fine, fine. Can we scroll within whatever the size is to be? Also, can I tell it to be a more appropriate? I do not know whether, firstly, how about we just cut that? Let's take a moment to do something completely different, namely, (0 to 127). Having made this change, everything else will still work. Except for, gotta handle it a little bit differently. Only goes up yay far. And it's doing a good job of restricting where things get drawn. Here's where the flipping Y would come in. Also, a quick answer for Yuri. I don't know how to do sidechain for audio units and VSD2. If I have example code for both of those, such as I can use that feature in both retro and modern stuff, I would. People who know how to make VSD2s and things seem never to tell you how they do it. I've never seen example code of anything of the sort, nor do I know whether it would work in all DAWs the same way. Sometimes that's the problem. You'd have different DAWs implementing it differently, and that's a world of mess that I can't begin to get into. I mean, I'd be quite willing to experiment along those lines. I've just never seen any example of it ever being done. As far as I can tell, it has never been done. Hang on half a moment. Don't need to make these here. Or indeed that there. Straighten up the indenting a little bit and okay, that was weird. Didn't mean that. So why, if I hit a dot, okay, no, not so much. Nope. 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 Yeah, that's all but. Well, there's bound to be a class in here somewhere. That's an autocomplete that does nobody any good. I guess I just have to type it all out longhand because it is so wrong in what it thinks is about to happen. Ha! That's an assignment. No, it's not an assignment. Wait. That is what I wanted. That is a logical comparison. Now, if I run this, and it lets me run it, left click and scroll wheel no longer do the thing. So what I'm wondering is, okay, so bear in mind I don't do VST3 directly. VST3 is consolidated, and it's being made out of the clap. What's this debugger complaint? Oh, I see what. I should not be doing that one thing. And by that, I mean this one thing. Although I could fill it in black. Now it will not have that one complaint. Oh, for heaven's sake. Why are you not letting me click on the thing? Oh, please build the C. Okay, I'll save the C project, then I'll build it from here. I still see a complaint. What's your problem? $140 is out of bounds. I know where that's supposed to be, but it shouldn't be there anymore. And I don't know what these problems are. But I should have removed that 140. Let's go to debugger and clear it. Are you in fact still having that problem, or did it go away? It went away. Struggling with this one. What if these were all parts of piano roll? Would that still work, or does it now break? It breaks super hard. Okay. Although no errors are being shown here. All the same, I know what to do. It's not going to be there. It's going to be here. I can still find piano roll, but I can't find this. And I probably, oh, hang on. Fair. Understood, AJ, understood. I've seen that before. I've worked with that before. It's not happening right now, that's all. And here is another place where that would fall over. And this probably isn't going to work either, but I'm getting closer. It probably wants get child. Are we not going to let me clear that? Are we not going to let me do anything? Please try to work. Okay, that's all it wanted. That said, these controls are poor. These are bad. They should not go to 100. And now they don't. So the idea here, this is the full MIDI range. The idea is you're supposed to be able to dial in, like for instance, your vocal range. And from top to bottom, bottom would be the lowest notes you can sing, and top would be the highest notes you can hit. And it'll get drawn at different colors based on what the notes are. And you can click from top to bottom, but the information returned is going to go 0 at the bottom and 127 at the top. Like this. That would be a MIDI 0, and that would be a MIDI 127. And the range a person could do would be more along the lines of this. Also, I'm looking to maybe do a erase button with the other mouse button. Clear notes that way. Or simply click on them again. Toggle them. That could be a thing. Because I already know from Into the Matrix that if I have a palette of dots on a canvas like that, I can read off of that and do other things with it. Okay, so that would be funny. Here's what would happen if I did this. says as he clicks away like mad, and it cannot click this button. Look, it's clicking at it like mad, and it's not working. If I click on main, then it comes to life, or doesn't. See, this inspector might be out of date. Now we can zoom in like this, but it is neatly inverting what that is while remaining consistent. So that's interesting. And it's not flipping the other way. So no matter what size I make it, it's neatly inverting that part. I do like this part. I do like the fact that I can zoom it like this, and it's still referring to what's visible, because that's kind of what I hoped was going to happen. I wanted to be able to refer to what's visible. We just have to compensate for this, that's all. And then I'm going to want to make it so that it's extending a range, but I got to reverse the visible aspect of it, that's all. Could have gone worse. I was expecting it to be worse. Fair. People having commentary about using MIDI VSTs in Ableton. Yep, I feel you. Well, it didn't like that, did it? There. Now, what have we wrought? Got to click on main again. Only when it's showing this boundary around this stuff does it let me click on this to make it run, which is frustrating, but there you go. Zoom in and so it's a little messy. In fact, I would go so far as to call that very messy, because now it ain't working at all. So only in a narrowly defined range was it actually able to make any... Oh, no, we have debugger now. Okay, what's your little problem? Out of bounds. So this was not correct. Well, no, I know that I am reversing this. Maybe So float, click Y, event mouse button, position Y minus the global position Y, and that gives me, because what I'm looking at is the range First, let's enclose this in parentheses so that it remains what it is. Actually, we are generating that, so let's reverse the positioning of this. Then we can use one of those variables, namely bounce height minus this. Voila, let's see what we got. So this zooms in, and this zooms in. Feels like it's a little off, like I'm clicking, but it's drawing above the position. But then that's just a factor of making a slight adjustment. It's right at that edge. It's right at the top edge. More parenthesis. That's the wrong parenthesis. Is it a plus or a minus we care about here? Oh, hello. Okay. Constants, it's going to assume it's a double. Let's see whether we needed to subtract or add. Is this now going to go directly in the middle of any, oh, got to scale up. Lovely. You can indeed draw just perfectly there. It's a spaceship. What I now want to do is invert that stuff. So I don't suppose there's such a thing as a display clear pixel. We don't use this. That's probably correct, except for that ain't going to do all that much, but one thing it will do, however, is start spitting stuff out. Here. Alrighty. And it's rapidly drawing 2 spots rather than just the one. Positioning is fine. Just where I expected it to be. Oh, no, I stand corrected. Looks like I'm about to fill this one in here, but instead it is going overly high. So that's not how it's supposed to be. That's drawing too high. But not here. That's interesting. Why is the offset not working the same? Anyhow, that's my color apparently. And that last digit is transparency. That's alpha. What would happen if this was not filled in black? Come on, you. Honestly, the way it doesn't let me type things sometimes. So click. What is it going to draw? 0, 0, 0, 0, and then 1, 0, 0, 1. And if I click on that, it's drawing it twice each time. I guess because mouse down, mouse up also registers. That's interesting. I didn't anticipate that. I didn't anticipate that it was counting mouse ups. I don't actually want mouse up. Okay, so where's our mouse down relative to mouse up? Oh, it's able to check whether it's a double click. That's cool. Mouse down versus mouse up. Mouse down versus mouse up. That should give me what I was expecting to get in the first place. Except for perhaps not, because it's complaining about this. And why would that be? Oh, because it's not willing to just assume it's a Boolean. Okay. No, it's still not happy. You are a troublesome creature. What if we just do this? Nope. No, it's still not happy. What is its problem? What is your problem? Oh, AJ says you can't use it. Fair. I can see that. That is clearly true, that you cannot use it like that. Let's find out what I can do. Well, I'm looking at some of the instructions. This is all about trying to return the mouse up rather than the mouse down. That might be. And it doesn't seem to be complaining, so let's see what it does. Fair enough. It's for use with more sophisticated things other than what I'm doing. Okay, I think I have stopped referring to this somehow. What's up with that? Why am I no longer printing to string? Mouse debounce would be a good EDM track title. Go forth and do that. Sounds like a great idea. So what else have we got going on here? I mean, so much of this is coming into focus. I'm not entirely satisfied with some of my offsets. This is me staring at click X and clicks Y. I'm subtracting 0.5 F. And it may or may not be giving me good positioning. This stuff I don't need anymore. Oh. We are simply creating display. I could be doing that every time anything happens, but it does have to exist for process. No, fair enough. I would like to, at this moment, everything I've been showing you music-wise today is stuff I want to abandon and leave because I have grown allergic to sequencing. I want to use soft clock and play stuff in. Looks like I am, in fact, asking, and event mouse button pressed, that's a statement that returns a logical answer. So that is, in fact, what I'm doing. It's a C-ism of being able to evaluate a logical statement that returns true or false as just a clause. So why are we not able to print this any longer? It's able to draw, okay. We're looking at debugger. Now is it able to print as well as draw my pixels? I'm happy. Oh, yes it is. Good, good. So it's drawing the pixel on mouse down. This is what we start out with. And then if I do it again, now it says 1 and it is full opacity. That gives me essentially what I need for some of what I'm considering. R, G, A, B, H, etc., etc., etc. inverted, lightened, blah, 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 blah. None of that, please. No, I'm looking for A. And that's not a statement all by itself, but now it is. And we don't end that with a semicolon. Thank you. And I don't know why it needed to do this. Fine. You can do it like that. And its suggestion for what it thinks I want to do is completely screwed up, but no matter. Ah, interesting suggestion. It thinks it knows what I want. That's not true, but from okay, I can do this. I can do that, and it's just 0, 0, 0, 0. 0. No, wait, that would be 5. Now, let's see what we are looking at. I should make these default to different sizes. And now we can draw and erase notes in this concept that it has to do with drawing notes. Next thing to do is start trying to track what those notes would be. So I'm thinking rather than printing, I'm not printing any longer. We've not done anything with this stuff here. Debugger, clear, output. I don't know why it's still drawing this. I don't know how to make it clear. That apparently is how to make it clear. Okay. Fair enough. This it doesn't say clear. And with debugger, there's a button that says clear. But on output, there's the same thing, but the button doesn't say clear. Fine, fine, whatever. I was expecting a button that said clear, but I have a button with an arcane symbol that says clear. Fine, 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 fine. This is me ranting at it being silly. What happens? I'm scaling all of this from the 0 point. Sir? Oh, I guess you have to make it to string. But do you? I think you probably don't. I think I can print an integer using gdprint just fine. It seems to be able to take weird Godot values, so no problem there. Now if we do this, it's going to start drawing stuff. Except for I don't think it is. Maybe you have to put it on debugger in order to be able to see what it's doing. Let's find out. I would have thought output would do it. I would have thought output would give me what I was talking about, but this is debugger. Ah, interesting. So if I floor that, that's going to give me effectively the MIDI note look. I can go up here. No, wait, hang on. How high can I go? Can't quite go to 127, even though I'm supposed to be able to. The idea here is zooming in on a audible range, perhaps drawing it with some controls in there so that you can determine, like, here's my lowest note, here's my highest note, here's where I go from chest voice to head voice. Which could lead to it being drawn in different colors. And I'm looking to maybe start putting keys into here, which would draw everything over again, perhaps with, because again, I can zoom this way, but then everything just, I'm only zooming from the bottom. Also, it doesn't need to be, I will not need this many note positions. This is not going to be a piano roll. This is about referencing melodies and calculating them out based on something like this, where it's generating things like you're in B minor Dorian, so these are the notes that are available, and it'll refuse to let you click on them unless they're in the key. And then you'll have multiple different ones, including ones that are far separated. And you'd have your root key, and then it'll display the other available notes, not as the root, but also as available notes to have. But then there's a lot to that. So firstly, let me quit out of that. And I wonder whether maybe 1000 is simply too wide. Like, I'm not going to need 1000 notes. And it should work just fine. What if I made this be 128 by 128? Well, among other things, I don't like that as much. But I bet it'll run. Let's find out if it'll run. Look, it's MS Paint. It's MS Paint with an eraser. I made a little A, except for now it is a 2-level house. Nope, it's going to be dots across the middle. And then I can make a checkerboard. Oh, but this is as far over as it goes. And then I can seamlessly squinch it down like this. Oops. Nope. So I could end up with a little window roughly that size. Maybe these guys can default to something other than what they are. Still can't see where things go, but I might have a fix for that. So, just for fun, since all of this is adapting to its own stuff, here's where we create display. But I don't necessarily want it to be like that. I could make a whole separate image for the purposes of drawing my scale stuff going on, in which case display will continue, but display will be for another purpose. Let's see. Let's see how that would go about. So we got display, and then we can't have that twice, but crop display was a separate thing. So what we're looking for is available notes display, but not calling it literally available notes. So if it's not available notes display, then what would it be? Key. And the reason I'm calling it keys display is because it's not going to only be one key. It will be multiple keys, and you will select which, and you will select what your base note is going to be. And we're going to go about it exactly this way. Oh, I spoke too soon. There you go. So these are persistent. They stick around. They're going to be scalable, all of that kind of stuff. Keys display can be updated by stuff happening elsewhere in the program. That's the concern. Also, this zoom stuff, the slider H and slider W, may very well not end up being that, because I'm thinking the sliders could be moving around within what is available notes. But firstly, let's just get some of this straightened out. And you know, I shouldn't actually have to run this in process, but I could if I really wanted. If I run it in process, it's recalculating stuff too often, but it will in fact work. Let's start by these are the same size. Display and keys display are going to be the same size. So we're cool there. Hey, Focomas. At no point am I changing the size of keys display. It's just a different level of blitting. So at that point, we can probably do this. And it's going to be the same information, but we might as well make it so that both of those are being done separately. It would work for either. But if they happen to be a different size, I might as well have that work. So this is going to draw stuff in the first place, but then draw it again. So input. And ready. So the reason I can't necessarily draw this stuff in ready is because it's going to get redrawn. But I could do the proof of concept. So let's see, display set pixel. So just for proof of concept, even though it does need to be done differently, let's see if we can set more than just a pixel. Bingo. Oh, I need to fulfill a rect. Well, I can do that. Fill is the whole image, full rect is only part of the image. Can I click on this and get a template? Haha. And I want horizontal lines, so it does tell me. Firstly, let's and color. Rather, colors. White is fine for a start. Now, how am I going to go about? Oh, I was thinking GD script there. We're not in GD script. Good for you. Well, no, it got it a little backwards anyhow, but still, we are in the general vicinity of things. We want to think of it height-wise, and I'm trying to remember how we go about doing it in steps. And I'm also going to be wanting to use lowercase x's. and then actually I want to use Y's, not X's, because that is what I'm doing. I'm making horizontal lines. X has to do with vertical stuff, so that would be okay, didn't like that one bit. Maybe I can do y plus equals 10. Yeah, that should step. What does it want? A fair, AJ? I feel you. So it'll happily do this lined up like that. And then create width is presumably it always tries to do the wrong one, but it's in the same general vicinity. Zero y create width 1. Let's see if this runs, shall we? And by that I mean hit this run button, because one of these is able to do a command, and boom. And it runs across the entire range. But we have our first problem. It should be able to return that to the underlying. This is a separate image, so I shouldn't be able to delete it like this, and yet I am. Also, that doesn't look much like a dark gray, but I can assume that's a gray. And we tell it to be 12, and we started at like, I don't know, 5. It starts to go into the, is there a very dark gray? What do we have for values here? I'm not impressed by that dark gray. We have off black. We have midnight blue. I'll draw stripes on this using midnight blue. It is doing what I wanted. Here's the thing. Blitrect keys display, that's working. Blitrect new rect to I, that's working. Then flip Y, create the display texture, display it. All that is cool. This is interfering with things. So why would setting this to color 80000 not be transparent? Also, I don't need this GD print any longer. Boop. I'm not actually. I could do this. I could revert to the underlying. I shouldn't have to. Is there a display clear pixel? No. Vector 2i. That's passing through from underlying classes. That's display oriented. If it didn't activate transparency, it wouldn't. Well, there's a fair question, though. That's a good question. So what you're saying is nope. Format is RGBAH. I would imagine that that would already be doing transparency. So empty. Alpha mode. It should have alpha. I'm not doing anything with mipmaps. Do you know what a mipmap is? Is invisible. Well, it starts out like that and then it stops being that. But my visible pictures still show through. Pre-multiply. And here's a bunch of other. These are things that aren't picture related. Well, no, I can't go anywhere from there. So this much is, maybe I can do something from here. I don't think I have any mipmaps in here. Let's see what it does on the back of that. Okay, there's my midnight blue. It is now in octaves. There's 12 dots between each of these. So up, and we should be able to draw these in red, but as soon as we click on there, it's acting like that's not a thing anymore. It's acting like that's the same image, and it's not. It's really not. Moreover, that's consistent with resizing, and that's on the weird side. And I still haven't got my offset everything by X amount that will let me have it become a little more visible. Yeah. Nope. No bueno. That didn't do anything. So why would it be drawing on top of keys display? I'm splitting keys display first. And in fact, we're referring to it, well, let's do something silly. Now we're never splitting the one that gets red dots drawn on it. Hang on. That's not what we were supposed to do at all. Okay, run. Okay, have I simply made some silly mistake? I bet I've simply made a silly mistake. Let me see what kind of mistake that would be. Display, create empty. Keys display, create empty. We're splitting it. Oh, yeah, okay, that was not as hard as I thought it was going to be. All we have to do is draw the lines in the right layer. This is like being an artist. Any artist knows this. Every artist in Photoshop or whatever has been like, I've been drawing on the wrong layer for the last half an hour. No, that's exactly what just happened. And now I've got to fix the other bit. So fill rect, it should draw that, and I'm still running into problems with the transparency. You know how I know that? Now we can't see keys display. So image, source rect, destination, is it? Blend direct. Boom. Boom, got there. It's not split rect I wanted at all. Okay, watch these. There's our reference lines. Here's our dots. The dots are being drawn on the separate layer they were always supposed to be drawn on. And if they're drawn over these other things, they are going away again. And that is not everything I wanted to do, but it's something. So I can move all of this stuff around. Oh, and these belong to it, and I've told them to belong to it, so that's basically cool, I guess. They are relative to their parent. Except for I'm not going to want that to be quite there because I'm going to want another one. But it should still function even in this new position. See, now it's there. There's our dots. Here we are zooming them out. Here we are zooming them in so that it's microscopic and can fit like 500 notes for you to reference. The appearance of it all is not really very impressive, and that is partly because my lines here, this would be MIDI note 0, and we're starting at 5. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, got there. So then the next thing to do would be to interpret it in such a way that my lines here reference notes. Because, say, supposing this is like A, can make some of that stuff go away. Slightly awkward clicking, but no matter. So there should be 12 equal temperate notes between each of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then around to the first one again. Is that how that works? Because the idea is being able to set up a key, and it'll draw this stuff so that it will outline. Let's see if I can make it more interactive. Because this part is working so far. So if this works, you can't draw on those lines anymore. See, there's a line. You can draw these and erase them, but we can't draw on these lines anymore. So what I can do from this point onward is start specifying stuff about this, because it could be inverted. V equals brightness. If brightness is larger than let's say 0. So it'll draw, say, gray lines in. This is all the places you can't draw anything. And then we begin with the scale. And this is all going to need to be moved to a different place. But it's a start. Actually, you know what? If we start with 5 and then plus equals 12, no wonder I had it wrong, because it needs to be plus equals 11. And that'll get us to our octaves. But now that we do this, we can't place any notes except for where they are allowed to go. Now that's just going to draw everything. So that's theoretically dark gray, but that's such a pathetic dark gray that I'm not going to want to keep it. HFC. So no float, no saturation value, and then alpha is defaulting to 1F apparently. And then you don't have to have this one apparently. And it needs floats. So I'm going to make the other ones be floats anyways. And then I'm going to demarcate this with, did it just do that correctly or did it screw me up? I guess it figured out what I wanted. Fair. Good, baby. For once, it did a thing that wasn't broken. There, now we have a black, and the black is stuff that we can write on, except for it's not really black, it's dark, dark gray. And away we go like that. Still haven't learned to offset it in any useful way, but so the next question becomes, how do I make a scale out of 0 to 127? Its suggestion of what it thinks I want to do is completely screwed up. That's not at all. It just thinks I'm nesting things in order to make an entire... I'm not nesting things. No, no, no. And it's going to let me finish it in a way that is not completely broken. Well, this is one way of going about it, I suppose. Let's cut that. Plug it in there. And then I suppose there's no harm in doing it like this. And so I'm going to be using a modulus function, and I need to add something to it. So the modulus function gives you the remainder of a divisor. So it's going to be divided by 12, I suppose. That probably will work. And then a select case for defining, well, actually we can default it to something. It can be defaulted to black and then overridden. And let's do it like this. There. And then this will make both of those things appear because we're assigning it and then doing something else with it. Switch. Correct. And now I just got to remember my syntax for this. I use this in C all the time. I'm just being a derp. That's probably how you do it. Or maybe, oh, okay. No, that was completely wrong. I have this in other code. It might not be quite the same in C#, but I'm going to bet that it probably is. Where have I got a switch statement? In channel. I think it is already set to nearest. I don't think it's doing any anti-aliasing because I think I've already set it not to. All right, switch statement, switch, brackets, case, and colon. See, that wasn't so hard. Alrighty, but no, we want this. Which is currently also black, but not for long. Actually, you should be able to figure this out now. Have I given you enough to run with? Up, now it's getting even smarter. It knows everything I want to do. By all means, carry on. I'll change it later. And that ought to do it, except for I can make this fit more conveniently even if it doesn't like me doing it. I want to see more of this in one place. So what I can do here is hard code in none of this actually draws a line either, so that's handy. And then lastly, we actually draw the line. So it's made a bunch of big assumptions about what I wanted, but that's fine. And ironically, 1 and 0 are like the same for this, so that can actually stay. And then these are changing around because it's trying to predict a pattern and it's not actually successfully predicting any such thing because it doesn't know what I'm up to. And then we full rect like that. Line color is getting updated to this thing. Let's see about maybe, so y equals -12. That means I have to do a special thing on the full rect so that only if y is a positive number will it count. But that might be just the thing for shifting my scale around rather than leaving it there. And it decided it wanted full saturation at some point. So we're going to put that back. And then while we're at it, let's put the hue back to 0 because it really doesn't need to be 1. I will note, however, these cards I'm drawing from, these have colors on them. I could very well want to use the color associated with whatever the card is because those relate to what key you're in. And I'll be needing to look up what the output numbers are because those relate to what note it is. So all of this can gradually come together. The idea would be to assign this stuff so that line color that you see down there, that gets associated with either black for notes that are not within this key, or the central color, in this case it is red, straight up red. For colors that are within the key, that being drawn on every legitimate place that you could put a note. Maybe I'll change the note color to be white. And then what you see next to it, say this one is a pretty much straight up blue, sort of blue-green blue. Those would be drawn on every note of that key. And the key that you say you're in is the one where more of the notes show. The ones that are shared within the key are also drawn in there, but they're seen as obviously of the other key. And then when you click on your notes that you do here with lighting them up, or we could have it be light color and have it be drawn as black. That could work. And now we need an if statement. Y is larger than equal to 0. So it'll start counting from -12, but it's not going to draw them unless they get to be on the rectangle. And if we draw this now, it's not going to do anything, but what we can do is do a little gradient. 1, 2. And now it's going to draw a little gradient. So there's the notes, except for that it's not really the way I had in mind. And we can place notes on all of these and delete them. We can't offset very well yet, but that's fine. And it's doing a fairly good job. So what you'd want to be able to do is like hear these notes as you click them. I don't have that yet. That said, this is doing reasonably well for what it is. It's a bit of a pity that my positioning here is so lacking. I wonder whether I can do something about that. A little hard to see where those guys sit. The idea is there should also be a slider for scooching everything up or down. And yeah, the texture ain't... I'm pretty sure where I got the texture anti-aliasing. Let's go and see. This is the thing that AJ is mentioning. Project settings. I think I've already done it. That's the thing. 2D, not physics though. Not navigation. Well, shouldn't be in 2D. Nope. Ah, rendering 2D, there you go. Yep, it is project settings, rendering 2D. And And maybe I'm actually quite incorrect about that. Let's see what we got. GUI, maybe? It ain't going to be in navigation. Or that. Well, I've got advanced engaged AJ. I think that actually I've got it working the way I want, but I couldn't begin to tell you how. It is, in fact, already doing nearest neighbor. But I don't know how I got it there because I don't see anything having to do with textures. Let's play around some more. So there's the text direct. Stretch mode is scale. Expand mode is ignore size. I think down here, yep, okay. Canvas item, texture, filter, nearest. That's the part I changed. So I got it there. Filter mode is in fact nearest. It's just not in the project settings. It's in inspector. In fact, I can make it be something else. Now look what it looks like. It's all squishy. Glowing spots, yay. So we're not going to keep that there. So now to get back to this. I'm wondering whether maybe the thing that I'm looking to do is run this through multiple times with different starting numbers. Or perhaps not. So here's my big question at the moment. And I'm getting pretty close to thawing out my tacos and getting ready to have dinner. And I'm quite looking forward to that. This was meant to, I could have been playing Minecraft. I didn't have to do this. Although it's gone reasonably well, all things considered. That said, I do see a concern. Namely, I've doubled the size of my screen. Oh, look at it trying to run. Here we go. This is now letting me go from 0 to like 256. That's actually not what I want, so time to grapple with this in a slightly more thought out way. So 256. So the size of my internal screen needs to be half that. I'm tempted to do a So that's weird, but then we can also do this. And we could do and then if we do that, now we have gone back to the normal octaves available. But we don't have things done correctly this way, not even slightly. So we just broke everything. Let's not break everything. How about, rather than concern ourselves with the height of that particular one, how about we go in here and go, this has nothing to do with the size of the rect. So if we do that, we're reverting to something simpler, but then a bunch of other stuff also needs to become simpler. And the question is, which of these? Which of them is to become simpler? Maybe this stays the same. Because these revert to 128 by 128, so they're acting like mini textures there. And then where are we taking advantage of those values? Here. Oh, I have to type F. It wants it to be specified as a float. So that's the only way I refer to, well, now hang on a moment. Isn't that like literally the opposite of what I wanted? We'll find out. By not hitting Command B, because Writer isn't willing to do that for me. Okay, so something has gone horribly wrong. It's fine, I thought it might. Fine, fine. So, I mean, if it comes to it, I can just dial all of this back. That part probably is... Let's see what it does now. Nope. No bueno. Something went terribly wrong. So technically, when I had it set up so that the image was only 128 by 128, that was working. But then I can't do it this other way. This part's probably fine. That should be about the same. But I think this needs to be the real values. My concern here is maybe it wants these numbers. There's our X. There's our Y, so I change this to Y. Now if I do this, and there I go hitting Command B again, and it only works within Godot. Now that part's working fine again. That's accurate. But now it's only drawing this little bit, which I wanted it to draw a much bigger area, so that's all screwed up. I was looking to be able to have these start at a larger pixel size. I'm not happy. Let's see how good the undo is on this sucker. Okay. And then we undo back out of here too. That's not technically an undo, that's more of a deleting the part that's wrong. This should, because I haven't changed any of the other bits. So I have to go back to here. And I have to make that be 128 because I don't get to have a larger window unless I'm able to solve this problem. While I am unable to solve this problem, I don't get to have a larger window than this. Although I can move it around like this. So back to functional. I'm thinking in terms of trying to draw, well, among other things, I'm thinking in terms of putting up a pop filter. Maybe I should go and find that. I think I have one. That or okay. Do I have a pop filter? Signs point to no. I'm noticing a possible need for a pop filter. That's not one. Nor do I see one in here. point to still no. And no. Sorry, that's a big no. I think I may possibly have one as part of the road, and it's packed away in a box. So, oh well. Okay, back to not being able to do the thing I want. Other than, I do have the capacity to do this. And it will just naturally work. We can pick whatever width I want. Or indeed, way more than even that. Because I wasn't making allowances for the fact that this is actually what we're looking at. It is really kind of most unhelpful. You cannot plot notes on a screen where the it's 1 pixel per note. I need these to be larger, but this is what we're looking at. And I get to zoom it in like this. It's just foolishness. Let's see these again. Value 4, value 4. Okay. So where are we at? We put back the problems from before, and now we're on this problem. No, not colors white, but whatever. So here's where I'd be filling in the colors on these. I do not know if I can do that, but I can probably do something. We'll find out. We'll find out whether we can do anything. So my problem here is in grappling with this, and I'm spreading out these cards so you can see them. I'm eventually going to want to draw the baseline of available notes in the central color here. I'm also going to want to draw all the additional notes in the central color here for whatever additional key gets used. Probably only 2, but here's the problem. I've got 12 separate cards with each of these colors. Or no, is it 12? No, I think I have like 7 separate cards of each of these colors. There are 12 colors because there are 12 base notes. Let me find comparable ones. Flip this over, look through these. Oh, that's C. Lydian. What am I doing? What am I doing? I want to find something better than this. Where's my simple white keys? Here they are. So it's a sort of off. Oh, now here's another example. It's a sort of off orange. It does this. When I draw a key, it will take all of the notes associated with, say, these white keys and draw them in this off orange. Probably a fairly light color because I'm drawing the notes now in black. But on this one, the root note is A because this is Aeolian mode. But all the notes are the same. All of the resulting scale degrees being filled in with a color are the same. With this one, it's E minor. This is the Phrygian mode. Different root note. Same notes in the same color, but there will be a special note in there indicating that that's the root that you chose. So that's a whole separate issue. And then if you did the literal opposite, which is this pale green color, we have got, if I'm not mistaken, yep, looks like it, exactly the mirror image of that, except for there are two shared notes. And then it's all the black keys. That's a whole separate issue of notes. The notes are always the same if the color's the same. In fact, I can draw them in with that color. But the root note is different each time as well. And if it is an adjacent key, I'm probably not even going to draw the root. So let's see. Scale degree is Y mod 12. Let's see what I have to do to even begin to get this started. I'm going to have to start from somewhere. I'm absolutely going to have to start from somewhere. Let me go and find my key of C. Surely I can do that. Surely this is something that I can hunt down and figure out. You know what I'm going to be? C, Ionian, off orange color. And all of the rules are going to be about the same. Here's my A minor, E minor Phrygian, F Lydian. All of these are the same relative colors. So in every instance, this will count as the same. But I'm going to want to go in and draw an additional one, perhaps in white maybe as the root note. And then black is the default. So how does this work? If we start at C, first note becomes light orange. Come on. Seriously? Maybe it just wanted it to be capitalized and spelled correctly. No, it does not know a light orange. Fine. You're just making things very difficult for me. Fine, that's it. There is no such thing as light orange. Whatever. Moving on. We'll call that light coral. If that's the wrong color, I'll go and find something else. So, let's say 0, and we're not necessarily going to start here, but whatever. All manner of things to be figured out about this. So light is... Maybe I can have multiple roots. White smoke is a transparency color. So, black, light coral, because I can't get light orange, white. Let's assume zero is our root. Even though it's not, I have to go and find out what number it's supposed to be. But we're going to assume that we're in the key of C and in major. That means that case 1 is this black key, which is not being counted, so that's not available. Then the next one is available. And then the next one is not. I might be able to do sparse statements, but for now, not really worrying about that. And then the next 2 and then the one after that is another black key. The one after that is the number, what am I talking about, number? Then the one after that is blank. The one after that is the white key, except for it's an orange key. Let's see, how far are we coming? 1, 2, blank, white key, blank, white key, one more blank, one more white key, and we're done. This is a mess, but it might work. So now if we go through doing this, what it should do, I can't hit Command B from here. Now we have a piano layout. Except for maybe drawing in black is not the best idea when those are not available, but whatever. It will work in progress. So you can't place anything there, but we can place notes. Like this. Anyways, do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. And that's the scale. And that's the bass key that you're in for getting all of this mess to work. This is the full range it can be drawn in. I still don't like how small this is. you can zoom it in pretty good. Like if you had only 1 octave range, you could play all of your notes like this. D, 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 D. So I guess the next thing to do would be to put something else in here somewhere. I don't like how little space this is. That's frustrating the hell out of me. Oh, I don't like it. Godot would be a way I could do this better. I don't know if there's a way to do this better. However, I might have a way of doing some of this different. Firstly, what if we just make this a pile of mess as far as useful C programming practices go? Because I want to have more of this available on the screen at a time, and this is going to function the same. It just doesn't look like it will. So that's giving me a scale. Might also be worth and move this around. So y is going from -12 to our maximum. This part is working. So firstly, let's simply put this here. We are not currently using key root color. This isn't going to make any sense, but I don't care. Good Lord, I have no idea what it thinks it's doing. That's crazy. But if I do it like this, and then I do it like this, You put a little more space in there. This will require much figuring out, but all the same, you're going to see what I'm on about. And hopefully it will let me just go in manually doing this. Watch this. If we do this, we've specified a color for the one, we specified a color for the other. We have two offsets from where we started, which can be 0 to 12 and still fill in the entire screen. And now when we run this, we have a larger range of possible notes because these are available notes, but then we also get to include this one if we go into this key. See how I had +5? That is the circle of fifths in action. We're in the Ionian mode. Assuming that these line up to MIDI note values, this will actually give me the MIDI notes for playing some of this stuff. And if I either go in the one direction or the other, and I should be able to search and find that fairly easily. C, D, E, F, F sharp. That's the new note that's added in the new key. What key would that be? Looks like it's a darker red, so I'm going to go and search through these. That's the only sharp. Here, if the new key was E minor, rather than A minor, you could go to E minor and throw in that note and it would work. It's a adjacent related key. I want to see, however, what some of the other options are for that. Looks like G Ionian. See, here's how this works. This is bad because the markings up here are all screwed up. But C Ionian is without this note. This note is G sharp. So if you went to that, or not F sharp, not G sharp. F sharp puts you in G Ionian. It's following the circle of fifths one step around, and G Ionian also removes one of the white keys, but we're not doing that. We're not picking only notes available in both keys. We're picking all the notes available in either key. And as another little example, supposing rather than going to the circle of fifths, namely the second key is +5, supposing the second key is +1. It's a pity you can't see these damn colors in the interface. You'd think that that would be a nice thing to have. Well, now when we run it, there are literally no notes not available. We stepped one note over, and that opened up every possible note. and our root is still C and C major, and we are in fact still drawing this ugly orange as C major, but there are no notes off limits now. So having done that, what would happen if, we'll keep the ugly note, like pick a number, any number, those of you who are still there. Let's say rather than doing a fifth up, we go 2/5 up. So rather than +5, that becomes +10. And how we're working around that is C Ionian. G Ionian appears to be going this way, which means the new key we end up in is, let's see, you could go to B minor, then you've got an F sharp, and you've got a C sharp. So what happens when I do this? This is going to the key of B minor from C. So it's the same as if I went from E Aeolian to B Aeolian. It is 2 steps around the circle of fifths. What you're going to see now when we run this is that our new relative key again now has a new additional possible note. Although, okay, so what do we got here? This is the C sharp. Okay, so we started in C Aeolian. It's this off purple, this off orange color. And the new note we got was F sharp. That is being represented. Is that being represented? No, it wouldn't be 24. I can show you 24, but it's not going to do anything. So do, re, mi, fa, so, la, ti, do. Okay, I didn't expect that. Something happened. I'm supposed to have the C sharp, sure enough, but I should also have a G sharp. Or wait, no. Shouldn't it be an F? It should be an F sharp. Okay, so going from the key of C to the key of G adds the F sharp. I'm not seeing it anymore, and I don't know why. No, I think it would be 10. It's giving me the correct... It's giving me the correct C sharp and the F sharp. The cards I worked out correctly. What's throwing me is I'm not seeing it filling in. It should be 2 green bands here if I'm doing this right. So F sharp, yes, C, C sharp, D, E, F, and it should be filling this F sharp in with green, but it's not. So what's going on? We're in chromatic. We're in equal temperament, 12 notes and everything. Okay, so let's play with this a little bit then. So if I was doing +0, it will presumably not show anything other than, yep, okay, cool. I'm going to go back to here and play with these controls a little bit, just because I can. 8. And 8. Now it will give me a little more space going forwards. Ooh, also, I have forgotten to defrost my food for tacos. That's unfortunate. I'll go and fix that in a moment. Should be, yep, okay, that's about 2.5 octaves of range. Except for it's not, because it's not honoring the changes that it's made. What's your little problem? How about I run it from here? How about I click on main and then run it from here? How about I click on some damn thing until this is available and then run it from here? What do you... Save? Oh, save. Okay, I saved and it's still not letting me run it from there. Let me run it from here. There we go. Do, re, mi, fa, so. And then if we add 5, for heaven's sake, clicking the wrong things every time. Do, re, mi, fa, F sharp. Then when I do that again, that should put me to yet another key. See, because first it was +5 and then it's +10. That should put 2 notes off, but now it's not doing that. I should have both of these. What's up with that? Maybe I'm miscounting somehow? Oh, look at that. Something about this is working very poorly. Okay, so if I do +5, we get this. That part at least is correct. If I do +1, I'm bringing all of the black keys in. What if I do +4? Well, that can't happen. So I got some more work to do. You cannot have both of those black keys offset without any of the other ones. That cannot happen. So and I think I know why. Mod 12. That's why. Now, do we get? No, we don't. What is your little damage? Well, one thing I know is I don't have to have this there. Maybe I have to have this stuff in parentheses for this bit to work. The mod 12 has to happen. So if we do that, then, so we're trying to offset this in such a place where we get that F sharp, but then we also get C sharp. That's the next one to get used when we go wandering around the circle of fifths like that. So, does this get us there? On that note, I'm going to go and thaw out my food for dinner. Let's just fire off some music. It won't be a moment. No fancy display for the music this time, but I tell you what, this modulated from C Ionian around the circle of fifths, adding the F sharp over to B minor Aeolian, correctly adding the C sharp. And I tell you what, I should be able to continue modulating and it'll add the right thing. Let's find out. I think it will actually work. So, okay, so from C to G adds F sharp. C to G to B adds C sharp. You can also see here the F sharp is represented as well. If I get this part right, I can also add better informative things saying what notes and keys and things are there. In particular, I'll be able to go through this stuff and write out like which chords are majors or minors, because that's significant. But now let us wander around the circle of fifths one more time. So B minor Aeolian, I'm looking at this. It's a purple to a sort of pale purple. And it's looking like C sharp minor for Phrygian. There's a G Lydian. B minor Dorian. Looks like a G flat minor Aeolian. Or F sharp minor, I suppose. What other examples of this do I have? Here's another one. Oh, A Ionian. So let's go from here. So C Ionian around the circle of fifths takes us to G Ionian, and there's an F sharp. And then it takes us to, we went to a minor, but there is a major here too. I just haven't calculated it out. I've got it written down here. In fact, I can go and look it up. There's the Lydian. I'm looking for the colors I want here. That's Dorian. See, the way these cards play is you pull one of these cards, and then if you do not like the key that you get, you're allowed to flip the card, which takes you to a completely different place. Let's go and continue looking through these. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for sort of magenta and then the pale. So dum-dum-dum. That's not it either. Is this it? No, that's Phrygian. Or maybe it's on the flip side of one of these other cards? I shouldn't think so. That would make no sense at all. Nope, nope. Because the flipping a card takes you to exactly halfway around the cycle of fifths. So that's part of the game. It was a card game that never got to be played. I don't actually have Locrian modes represented in here. I was just kind of like, nah. So let's see, we're looking for Ionian mode, but in this adjacent pitch. D. That makes sense. That absolutely makes sense. In going through the cycle of fifth this way, we're actually playing Hey Joe in chords. So C Ionian to G Ionian to D Ionian to A Ionian. Every step of the, or hang on, which way is it? Nope, it's good. C Ionian to G Ionian adds a F sharp. We've just seen that. G Ionian to D Ionian adds the C sharp. We are now seeing that. If we continue, the cycle of fifths will take us to the key of A major. And that should add a G sharp. And so 5, y plus 5 got us to G. 10 gets us to D. 15 mod 12 will get us to A. And we should have an F sharp, a G sharp, and a C sharp. C, C sharp, D, C sharp, hang on, C sharp, D, E, F, F sharp, G, G sharp, A. It works. It works. Give my creation life. This doesn't look very impressive, but what it means to me is more impressive than that. Means you could also pick multiple keys and have a third layer of unreachable keys even farther away if you wanted badly enough. Something is confusing me about YouTube. AJ and Frog in a Well are doing a something here where there's a little crown thing showing on their interface, and I do not know what that means. What are you doing, Frog in a Well? What are you doing, AJ? Why is it showing a little crown symbol in my interface? It ain't people making donations to chat. Maybe it's likes. I'm confused. Goal. No. Do not start a goal. What are you guys doing? Where are you showing little, look, this is what I'm talking about. What are you doing? Why are you have purple crowns and things? Are you making fun of my chordal stuff going on? Oh, is it a super chat? Okay. Well, alrighty then. I do not know what that is. I do not know what super chat is, but I hope you enjoy it, whatever it is. Oh, I do not know what a neutron is. Maybe this would be a fun time for me to go and find out. Chromium, new window. Let's take a moment and go and see. Oh, it says, oh, electronic neutron, Wikipedia. Lovely. Oh, you worked on that? Cool. Okay, well, I'll have to live with it then. I don't know how to turn it off. I suppose I'm not supposed to turn it off. So I suppose I'm supposed to like bow down to you depending upon how many crowns you have. Whatever. There's no chat revenue, so I don't see how that could be super chat. I thought you had to pay to do that. And I'm not asking you to do anything of the sort. You can if I'm doing enough for you. So the Neutron MIDI step sequencer. Bjork and Peter Gabriel and Howie B. And you worked on the successor. Go beans, go beans. Cool. I'll take a moment to look into that. If you say it is the thing that you did, we'll show it off. That is a very cool thing. I'm happy to say that this is working. What I don't have is a way of identifying what, oh, for fuck's sake. Sorry, I don't mean to swear. There you are. I quit Chromium instead of the program I was working on. There we go. You're back. I do not take well to, oh, for heaven's sake, to people quitting my chat, even when it is me. Okay. So I need to punch in some values to this and work out what these colors are meant to be, using this as my guide. I may be able to do that. At least this is the gist of how I would go about doing that. Wouldn't it be nice if this had a change everything? Looks like maybe it does. It does. And it is leaving it there until I hit return. So you get to select a main key and an alternate key and a root note. And I need to work out what those, how to alter those colors appropriately. I think that's going to be another switch statement, to be honest. I think that's going to be another switch statement. Also, I need to have this set up so that it shows me somewhere here. We need another thing in here. Let's add another child node. And let's add a text box or label. No, not LAN, label. That's very small, but it will work. So what we now do is update that. And then go around looking up what those in MIDI are supposed to be, because Godot is not going to have that inside itself. I'm going to just have to do that manually. So note, the label is a part of piano roll. So what we're going to do is go in here and do something associated with this. Oh, hang on. Can I just do this? Well, it doesn't need to do text direct there. We can't do value, but we can probably do text. Let's find out. Okay, here's where things start to get better. Should it be doing toString? I feel like maybe I should be doing. toString. Well, let's see. Click Y. X is across, Y is up and down. No, that don't work. That don't work, that don't work. What can we do with this? None of those things. Fine. Except for not fine, because it's not happy with that. Why are you not happy with this? Oh, because it is not. It has no arguments. You got to do it like this. And then I don't see why this shouldn't work. Other than you have to do other things with it. How do you change this bloody thing again? Come on. Label, text. wouldn't be layout, yeah? Positioning is fine. Display text, nope, that's not useful. I can't click on anything over here. Come on, wake up. Oh, for heaven's sake. Doing so well up to this point. I've got it incorporating multiple keys and doing all the stuff I wanted to do, including sort of fundamentally hovering on one key, but then it's also going to show the notes that you can get into by bringing in other stuff. And that's what I had hoped. That's what I had hoped. But we're still in trouble. So, what do I have to do to, or maybe you can't do that at runtime? What's going on? Rename label at runtime. Okay, so you theoretically can do that. Fair. I'm not familiar with Foley's. There's somebody who's capitalizing it. There's somebody who's not. And maybe you need to specify that it is in fact a label. Okay, so in theory you're supposed to be able to do this. And my inability to do it is because I'm missing something, like let's insist that this is a label. Boom. And that's not a statement, it's not doing anything yet. So, or I can also do it like this. I should change my other stuff to do this. Okay, so if this runs, that little label will be B instead of A. Or indeed invisible. Is this failing to work because I have not saved it here or something? What's going on? Also, why do you never let me click on things in this interface? A. Oh, it's struggling, it's struggling. A, and then if you click on something, does it change to B? Yes, it does. Okay, okay. We're going, we're moving. This is Sparta. This is something, I'll tell you. Why? We'll go back to this, at which point it should work. Also, which of these? Yeah, let's do that with the other ones as well. I don't need to specify the purposes of these subnodes. All I need to do is specify the desired output of the final one. Because I can chase the nodes up the tree, and I never need to care that that was a text direct. I'm just going for the child slider H and slider W. And I feel that is nicer. That's how it's going to go. That just feels tidier. I mean, I can say that, and then if it doesn't work, I'll have to dial it all back. But I think that's tidier. I think we're good. Why are these underlined in yellow? Oh, because it doesn't match rule instance fields private, and they need to have an underscore. Fancy that. Also, namespace doesn't correspond to file location, and yet it runs and is fine. So I don't understand that. Okay, if we do this, did I break it? It's always difficult to tell when Godot will not respond. There we go. Okay. Okay. Well, whatever it wanted from me with that, it didn't do any harm. It wanted to be in namespace the wild music, and it can be in namespace the wild music. Class main has multiple types, one usage. One usage is out of scope solution? You told me to do this, the hell. What's your little problem, crazy computer? And then it wants all these to be changed as well. And you know what? I'm not going to deal with that right now. I get that you want all of these things to have the underscore. Oh, are you able to? In File, Project, and Solution. That's nice. It is expecting oh, is it trying to do all of them at once? Okay, let's see what you did. Looks like you tried to fix all of the things at once. Now what? Why would you use var? This is C#. I don't get it. I also don't know why it wants to move everything to the outer scope. I mean, I can. What's your suggestion here? Invert if. Why? To reduce nesting. Okay. Also, use preferred braces style? Very likely not. No, I'm not going to want to use preferred braces style. Why is Reaper writer suggesting this? Oh, because it's a code wanker. That's why. So nested ifs, you can see this, and then that. But it thinks it takes less space and less characters if you just make it bail out of this thing a couple of different places, and if you haven't bailed out of it, then there you go. That's dumb. I don't want to do that at all. Yeah. Gotta love Writer for trying to make me code in ways I don't understand. Also, I'm going to keep an eye on chat because I almost lost you. I almost quit away from chat. I quit Chromium by mistake. This should be fine. Maybe I can cast it. We're going to cast it. Oh, we're going to cast it within parentheses because it got itself confused. There we go. Now, let's see. Crazy thing. Oh, for heaven's sake. Okay, so when we're working with Writer, it needs me to run this like this, even though I cannot actually hit the right buttons to do it. And yet, here we are. So it looks like I can click all the way up to 126 or so. Good enough. And my bottom note is MIDI note 0. And I can't actually, here's 0, 1, 2. I can't click on 3, but I can click on 4, 5, 6, and 7. So I've got numbers, and my bottom number is 0. Time to start looking up things like what MIDI note values actually are. After making sure I'm not clicking on the wrong place and quitting out of like Chromium or something. MIDI note numbers, Inspired Acoustics has paid to become the first answer. I don't care about the frequencies, but note names in English are my jam. Let's do this. Okay, 0 is not apparently a note. Cool, cool. Oh, key number in organ, key number in piano, note names in English. There should be a note name for this, but there's not. And that's because it's like lower than 20 hertz. Cool, cool. So 21 should become A. And 24 should become C. So let's start trying to make something happen out of that craziness. We'll start by making this part work. Although I've only got about 10 minutes or so before I need to go and have my tacos. I've totally earned them today. Although it wasn't supposed to be a hard work day, but all I did was like drink 3 cups of coffee and start hacking away on this. Nothing so wrong with that. public partial class, blah, blah. What must I do in order to make one of these, presumably without the underscore, be something I can call from inside here? Because in this case, this is something that I could see being useful. Although maybe not. Maybe not. Because I tell you, all I really need to do is return something useful. I don't know what it wants me to do there, but that's completely insane. Import type string. Does this mean I have to add other stuff? Let's find out. No? Oh wait, no. Command return. Okay, let's give it a try. See what that does. It didn't do anything. Oh, option return. Okay, let's try that again. Boing. Whoa. No. No. No, it's the Godot string. Not any of those strings. Okay, so that's no bueno. No good. We don't get to do that. We have to do something else. Oh, I bet if I capitalize it, it'll be happier. See how that image is capitalized and image texture is capitalized? I bet I have to capitalize it. Or not. Okay, what was the autocomplete there? No. That's like JavaScript or God knows what. I do not know why it would be in system. That seems sketch. I didn't trust it one damn bit. We're going to do something else. Because that is messy. One and then 13 are A. Let's see what that gets us. Because I can look up the names elsewhere if I need to, but if I can get it to do the correct note numbers, that's a start. I keep trying to hit Command B. Bloody hell. Okay, so 0. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I can already tell that's not right. It's making C be the fundamental number, whereas it looks more like I'm going to want A to, and this is a number for piano keyboard, so that's not. I'm confusing myself unreasonably. Let's see if I can edit this. Because I know if I'm working with Godot text, I can do stuff like this with it. Boom, that should have put it back to normal. I don't know whether that's true. Or what its little problem is. Nope. Doesn't like that. And that is because, for whatever reason, we need to scooch this over to here. And then are you gonna work? Okay. So now we need to go looking for MIDI note 22. I cannot yet scroll this down, but I can make it smaller. I don't get to click on that note, at least not in this key. Oh, no, wait, no. What? 21. And that should be down to presumably 0 will translate to A, so I need to subtract something from that. So let's see how close that got me. That went the wrong direction. MIDI note 21 is 0. If I consider that A is the first thing that you hit, like here's A1, so G sharp will be 11, and all the A's will be number 0. And that suggests that if I continue, let's see, 33 should also register as 0, and it does. So I can quit out of there and make a note about what this is that I've done. Or indeed A flat. That is as things stand. The first instance, that's the MIDI note we're using. And then the second instance is what note it gets converted into. Here's the question. Is that actually the key of C anymore, or have I got that wrong? A. No. No, that is the key of B. So I've got things off by 1. So if all of that stuff was +1 instead, there you are. Starting at a different number wouldn't change this. Say if I keep trying to hit Command B because it works in regular Godot, so let's shrink that right down. And if I click on the white dot, 23, 2. Okay, it's still not really working for me. It should be 24 gets you to C, as I've highlighted in a white spot and then drawn the rest of it around. Oh yeah, no, I'm going to go 2 before it's like 2 minutes past my stream being over. I'm just fooling around with this stuff. Maybe I've got it the wrong way around. Y -1. One way to find out. I'm going to shrink it down a little bit and need to be higher up than this. I need to be able to scroll rather than just scale. Okay, 25 is pretending to be... What's going on? What is going on? I'm bouncing back and forth between the two targets without reaching them. Oh, he's trying... You should be able to tell this if I hit Command B, it's because I want to do this. I am frustrated with them for that reason. Okay, 24, 3. But well, 24 is correct. It's just hitting the wrong number on the piano. But 12 would also count it. Okay, so let's see if we can get to another C. C2, 36. 36, 3. So 0, 1, 2, 3. So we're actually on target. If I click on here, it gives me what the MIDI note number would be. And the number of offset there translates to 0, 1, 2, 3, what the note is supposed to be. So we actually got there. And we have cycle of fifths represented in the key change stuff. It's just that all the rest of this is kind of messy and crazy and needs work. Let me put these things away in order of key changes so that they're on the top of my stack of cards so that I can relate to them when I go and dig this back up again, which is not going to be right now because I'm going to go and have dinner. This was not really my day for earning my dinner by beating myself into the ground, but then I didn't really beat myself into the ground. I just kept chasing after these things and got there. It looks like this got there. So there is room to further develop this in the way that I'm doing it. Bunches of switch statements and overriding stuff. Like there's going to be a switch statement for if this fundamental key means this, then the main color becomes that, and so on and so forth. But on the whole, it's not too bad of a session. I'll talk to you folks later. For now, it is absolutely dinner time. And I'll be back on Thursday. I'll do how I meant to do that. So that's not how I meant to do that. Let's do this the way I normally like to do it. Rather than click stop streaming like a slammed door, I'm going to go to titles. Time for dinner. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.